And good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Village Council, the regular Village Council meeting for the Village of Yellow Springs for June 3rd of 2024. Judy, if you could call the roll.
Stokes.
I am here.
DeVore Leonard.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Hausch.
Yep.
Also present is Village Manager Johnny Burns and Village Solicitor Amy Blankenship.
All right. The chair will at this point entertain a motion to move into executive session to consider the compensation of a public employee.
So moved. Second.
All right. Judy, roll call.
Stokes.
Yes.
DeVore Leonard.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Hausch.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so are we going round yonder hallway? All right, I don't think I need any of
Okay,
this,
word.
do I?
Sweet.
Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome back to our regular session of Village Council. We began the meeting at 5:30, then went to an executive session. The chair will entertain a motion to resume the regular session.
So moved. Second?
All right, can we get a roll call, please?
Stokes?
Yes.
Hausch?
Yes.
DeVore Leonard?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Thank you.
All righty. Next on the agenda, we have swearings in. I'm looking for Mayor Pam. Mayor Pam will be swearing in 2 peace officers, Alex Croasmun and Leanne Caddy. All right, great. I'm glad I got that. Great. Mayor Pam.
Who wants to go first?
I will.
All right. Leanne. Officer Caddy. The reason we do this is to allow the folks at home and the folks gathered here in celebration of the swearing in to be here and see this and experience it. And we have other officers here tonight, along with Chief and so forth, do this in front of council, do this in front of folks at home. So, officer, if you come up front here, we'll get you all official, at least ceremonially official. Would you raise your right hand, please? State your name.
Leanne Caddy.
Yeah, just like the golf. And you all can remember that too, Caddy, Leanne Caddy. Please repeat after me. I solemnly swear
I solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
and obey the laws of the United States
and obey the laws of the United States
and of the state of Ohio,
and of the state of Ohio,
and that I will, in all respects,
and that I will, in all respects,
observe the provisions of the Charter and ordinances
observe the provisions of the Charter and the ordinances
of the Village of Yellow Springs,
of the Village of Yellow Springs,
and will faithfully discharge the duties
and will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of police officer.
of the office of police officer.
It's official.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Officer Alex? Please state your name, sir.
Alex Croasmun.
Alex Croasmun, everyone. All right, Alex. Please repeat after me. I solemnly swear
I solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
and obey the laws of the United States
and obey the laws of the United States
and the state of Ohio,
and the state of Ohio,
that I will in all respects
that I will in all respects
observe the provisions
observe the provisions
of the Charter and ordinances
of the Charter and ordinances
of the Village of Yellow Springs,
of the Village of Yellow Springs,
and will faithfully discharge the duties
and will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of police officer.
of the office of police officer.
Welcome aboard.
Well, thank you, officers, and...
Just real quick.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that. So I just want to say a few things about both of these folks. So as you guys know from our last swearing in, we've now moved swearing ins to the end of FTO or field training. So they've been with us for a little while, and just a few things that we've observed and just a few facts about them. So we'll start with Officer Caddy. So she joined us in January of this year. She was actually the first officer to join our department through the recruit program. And at the time of her hiring, she was attending the Greene County Career Center Police Academy. In February, Officer Caddy graduated from the academy, earning a bronze medal in physical fitness and taking home the Commander's Award. I also took home the Commander's Award. She joins us with a diverse background, careful now, serving the City of Niles in the street department, water department, and she eventually worked her way up to the position of water department superintendent. In 2017, she added to her public service resume by becoming a reserve police officer for the City of Niles. In her short time here, I've observed Officer Caddy engage in meaningful interactions with the community. During her field training, I noted her commitment to one of our core values, locally minded. She was already remembering the names and interactions of several citizens, ensuring that their next interaction was even better than the last. She's shown care and concern for her fellow team members as well, putting together a going-away party for an officer who recently left our department. She's joined tonight by her wife, who we thank very much for allowing her to serve, and it's a job where families, give a lot to, so we appreciate that. And if I had to guess, you probably would have brought your fur babies if you were allowed to, but it's probably good you didn't since they're enormous and this room is packed. So she's shown her desire to learn, grow, and will undoubtedly be a positive member of our team. So welcome, Leanne. Officer Croasmun joined our department at the end of February. He was actually referred by another employee, which is always the best kind of best kind of person to recruit. It means the people who work here like working here, so they bring you on. Anyway, I like it. They worked together. It was Officer Corporal Raful that actually referred them, and they worked together at Summit Behavioral Health. So Alex served as a police officer at Summit for 9 years, where he learned one of the police officer's most valuable skills, de-escalation. Spending nearly a decade working with those suffering from mental health and behavior issues has more than prepared him for success in our resolution-oriented department. Officer Croasmun's already shown a passion for working with the younger citizens of Yellow Springs, visiting and spending much of his downtime in our local schools and shadowing our current youth outreach officer. Alex is joined by his family this evening, who I have another pleasure of hello. But thank you. We extend the utmost gratitude for lending him to our department for the time. And a surprise fact about him: he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. Anybody guess that? Yeah, I know, right?
I can tell by looking.
So careful.
Yeah.
Every day he's got a positive, upbeat attitude. He's got a growth mindset. He puts his team first, and I've yet to hear a complaint, which can be rare in any organization. And the more I observe and learn about Officer Croasmun, the more confident I am that he'll be an outstanding addition to our community. It's also his birthday. Wow.
All right.
G-Page, before you leave,
Sure.
Mike. So, are these officers both part of our new program to support?
So Officer Caddy was the first one we hired from the program that you guys approved last year. So she was still in the police academy, so we sponsored her about halfway through, so she was already about halfway done. And then actually Officer Turner, who you'll hear more about when he finishes his field training in July, he was in the same academy with her, but he did not participate in the program. And then Alex was a referral. So we have 2 officers total that have gone through that recruit program. The other one's still in the academy.
Nice. Thank you.
Okay.
Cool.
All right.
Very good. Now I think we'll probably free up a bunch of seats here and get out of your way. Unless you want to swear quarter in.
Aw,
Still an FTA if we can.
I know. There's Porter. Yeah.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you all for staying during that transition. We're now at the point on the agenda where we will share announcements. I tend to always look down to my right.
Surprise, surprise. But since Kevin Magruder is here, you want to share with us what's going on for Juneteenth? All right. Yeah, come to the mic, please. You'll do a better job than me.
Yellow Springs Juneteenth will be June 15th, and it will begin with gathering at 10 a.m. at the Olive Kettering Library, and then at 10 we will historic tour. We're starting there because this tour is going to focus on African American enclaves. It was South College went through the campus in the late 1800s into the 20th century. The land where the library is was owned by Tanae Lawson and her husband, who is was the grandmother of Phyllis Jackson, if you remember her. And so the South, many of the multi-generational black families lived in that area. So we'll move through that area along South College over to High Street. We'll stop at High. The school building that's now an apartment building at the corner was a colored school in the late 1800s after Union Schoolhouse was built. We'll talk about that. And the tour guides will be Lila Crockett and Oshri Pascal, who are part of the 365 Project Walking Tour program. We'll head north on High Street and look at Central Chapel, Combs, and then we'll head over to Mills Lawn, where the program will begin at 11:30 in front of Mills Lawn Elementary School. The program will be music, readings, poetry, dance. It'll start at 11:30 and end by 1 o'clock. And that'll be followed by a Juneteenth lunch, which will be $5 a plate, served and prepared by local chef Loxley Orr. And then at that time, too, DJ Basim will offer music. And then at 2 o'clock, we will move over to the Little Art Theater, where we'll have a free screening of the movie Ray, starring Jamie Foxx, and that's the biopic about Ray Charles. And so that is the day on June 15th, and we encourage you to attend. If you want to volunteer for setup or tear down, we have a link that we can send to you if you go to the 365projectys@gmail.org, and we'll send you that link then. Okay. Thank you.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention also that Tanae Lawson was the grandmother of Mayor and my great uncle James Lawson.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Wow.
Cool. Great. Thanks for that.
Well, and the other thing I want to say is, I know as a village, we're very proud that we were one of the first communities in Ohio to make Juneteenth a paid holiday. So that's something that really speaks to our values. And yeah, I appreciate all the work that the committee does. And, we're always going to be supporting that signature event.
Yeah. And I just want to emphasize that the 15th, that Saturday the 15th, is the day of the celebration. We do have an over-the-street banner that will be hung whenever we can.
June 10th.
June 10th. The Juneteenth banner will be hung on June 10th after we've taken down either the street fair banner or street fair banner. So lots of stuff happening in a compressed period of time. So just want to emphasize the 15th at 10 a.m. at Olive Kettering Library will be the beginning of activities. 11:30 a.m. at Mills, 11:30 a.m. at Mills Lawn for the official program. All right,
Thanks,
back to you, Brian. Do you have more?
So, Johnny, for whatever reason, I had the HBA meeting in my notes that you and Meg attended. Is there anything you want to?
Meg presented at the HBA meeting about all the things going on at the Village of Yellow Springs and did a fantastic job.
Yeah, cool. So a few other things. I want to mention that I attended yesterday the Tecumseh Land Trust annual meeting. It was at the I think it's the Finn Run Farm, and did I get that right? Very amazing, but it also reminded me I would love for TLT to report out to us, because I know there's some thoughts about the Green Space Fund and some other things, and maybe some newer council members haven't heard from TLT in a while, and there's a lot of cool work going on there. I also wanted to mention to my fellow council members at tomorrow's Yellow Springs Development Coalition Corporation meeting, we're going to be talking about, for all the organizations involved, what's in it for our organizations. Why is this important? So I just want to say, if you have any thoughts, share them through Judy. Our meeting's at 4:30 tomorrow. I have some thoughts about what I'm going to share on our behalf, but I think this is, given the importance of economic development, something that's really important to us, and that group is also trying to support residential development and other initiatives. So if anyone's got any feedback. And then we've got a couple things that we'll leave till later. So I guess, and I don't know, Ben, if we're going to pop up pictures or not, but I think many know that we lost, I refer to Susan Gartner as our community cheerleader. I was really amazed. Yeah, so this is, her head became a work of art, and several artists in town over her time through her first going through cancer did some amazing jobs with her head. And it was really neat to not only like experience my first natural burial, but what's really important about Susan Gartner in the context of Village Council is that she ran community access for 2 years, from 2016 to 2018. I knew her forever, but it was really cool because Laura Curlis, who handled her final requests, asked her specifically about her time running the community access station. So I just wanted to read a little bit from the transcript because it really highlights the great work that Ben and many others have done before, and I better just read it before I break down. But she said, working at the Yellow Springs Community Access television station was a steep learning curve, but also a hidden gem of creativity and inspiration. She goes on to say, I scrambled to keep up with all the events. I love to promote our little village. It was such a creative opportunity with a 24/7 supply of opportunities showcased in between the have-to airings of the village government meetings. That's a have-to. I collected photos from community members and publicity from upcoming events and played them in slideshows on the station. She talks about children, seniors, pets, students, cyclists, residents, visitors, and businesses. My timing coincided with a very vibrant and multi-dimensional cultural sweet spot for the village. It was the high point of my career. I'm not going to read anymore. But anyway, we're going to miss Susan, so.
Let's all pause for a moment to recognize the life and legacy of our friend and former co-worker, Susan Gardner. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for participating in that, and thank you, Brian, for your comments. Are there any other announcements? So we've got Ethan Raby here from the Greene County Emergency Management and Planning. I may have made up some words. But Ethan, I understand that you might have a presentation?
Yes, sir. Just a quick introduction.
Okay, sure. Come on up to the mic, please.
I must say, I don't know how to follow up with that. It's hard to lose a member of the community, and I didn't know this person, but little background about me. Actually, I grew up in Cedarville, but I spent a lot of time in Yellow Springs actually growing up, and to hear these people who had such a profound impact on the village and to hear of that loss it's felt.
Yeah.
But anyway, the reason why I'm here, so I'm Ethan Raby. I'm the director for the Greene County Emergency Management Agency. I've been going around to the different villages and cities and townships to just give an introduction to myself. I'm a newer director. I was promoted about a year and a half ago, but I've been with Greene County for 3 years. I was hired in as the emergency operations manager. I was then promoted to director, and before that, I spent 4 years with Montgomery County Emergency Management Agency, where I was their lead planner, also worked on their hazmat committee, and in that I really got to cut my teeth in terms of emergency response with civil disturbances, water outages, the Memorial Day tornadoes, and the Oregon District mass shooting. But the point of my job is to help the county and its jurisdictions to be more prepared to plan for, respond to, recover from disasters. And so I do that through several programs, including planning, doing these county-wide emergency operations plans, hazmat planning, mitigation planning, doing grants to help bring in funding, whether it's funding from my office or for mitigation projects within jurisdictions or for anti-terrorism efforts. Also working on training in terms of bringing the skills and knowledge to people who need it in different cases such as incident command, evacuation planning, emergency planning, and the like. And then lastly, I also do exercises as well, and that is where we take that planning and that training and we put it into action. And for example, I do a yearly hazmat exercise every year where we do, 1 year we'll do a tabletop exercise, which is a discussion. We'll do a functional exercise, which has us do some actual elements within a confined setting, so to speak, and then we'll do a full-scale exercise here soon in terms of a played response to an incident, a controlled setting. So that is what I do here for the county and for the jurisdictions, and so if you ever need anything, feel free to give me a call. Is there any questions for me while I'm here?
Well, I'll open the floor for questions, but I will add, for those who didn't know, Ethan and his department were an invaluable resource in our preparation and planning for the recent solar eclipse. His office, working with staff and the other resources throughout the county and the region were very, very helpful, and we definitely appreciate your support in that regard.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sure. So, council, any other questions? Okay. All right, Ethan, thank you much. Appreciate you being here. Thank you. All righty. All right, consent agenda. What we have for the consent agenda is the minutes of our last regular meeting, May 20th, 2024 regular meeting. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'm sorry.
I know, I'm
Yeah.
going off the rail a little bit.
No, I just didn't hear the motion.
No. I think it
Motion
was
to
Carmen.
approve,
Yep.
and second, Brian, right?
And I think I'm combining consent and review. All right, so any discussion for the meeting minutes of our last meeting? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of approving these minutes, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you much. And even though I was saying consent agenda, I was thinking review of the agenda. So review of the agenda, this is where we have an opportunity to take a look at what's on the current agenda. If there's anything we feel that we can agree upon adding or removing, are there any proposed changes for the agenda?
We'd like to add a nomination for the Environmental Commission.
Okay.
Under new business. Yeah.
Okay. Got that, Judy?
I do.
Thank you. We have pins. Is that for me now?
No.
Okay, great, thanks.
Just my notes.
All right, good enough. Any other modifications to the agenda? All right, seeing none, we are moving forward. Gavin, if you would, please, petitions and communications.
Sure. The clerk will receive and file MJ Gentile about alleys and not paving them. Sue Parker on the housing on the school property. Catherine Price, two separate messages. One, thanks to the village manager for fiscal oversight, and one on thoughts on housing options. Matt Raska on support for the low-income housing tax credit proposal. Lynn Hardiman on several topics, including the low-income housing tax credit proposal. Sarah Sinclair Amend on thanks to council and village manager for questions. Dino Pallotta about the low-income housing tax credit proposal. Emily Seibel and the Yellow Springs Home Inc. board in regards to the response to the St. Mary proposal withdrawal. Sheila Dunphy Pallotta on the responses to the low-income housing tax credit proposal and housing in the village. And then Judith Hempling on the low-income housing tax credit proposal and housing.
Great.
And I think my happy birthday to Brittany didn't make it into the packet, so.
Well, let's applaud Brittany for her birthday. No, we'll let you off the hook this time. Thanks for that, Brian. And thank you again, Gavin, for the petitions and communications. We're now in the hearings and legislation portion of the agenda. And Judy, if you could read Resolution 2024-40 by title only.
This is authorizing payment of invoices with then and now certificates for the second quarter of 2024.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All right. Johnny, this looks like you.
This is me. This is for the broadband for the infrastructure cost for it. We initially got $300,000 for the from Ohio Broadband. We've got $30,000 from the YS Community Foundation, and the remaining balance is $49,088.97. And we're looking to pay this through the Broadband Capital Budget Fund.
Okay. Council, questions?
Do we need a motion, or did we do that?
We did.
Okay. So Johnny, could you just explain a little bit about, like, because I thought it was great that the invoice was in there. Maybe you could just talk a little bit about, like, how Dan Badger has been support, just so people understand that line item, and then, you know, and Maveka is like what we're talking about as well. But
So Maveka has ran the project. They hired the contractors to do so. They had issues with one, so we had to get in another contractor. Dan has actually been the person deploying. Once it's done to the pole, then Dan takes it from the pole to the house, installs the equipment, makes sure it's running correctly. If there's service calls or the system goes down, Dan is the one that runs from the hardware store to the houses to get it done. But Maveka is housing all this and has deployed the whole thing.
nice. And I know we have at least one happy user in the crowd. Maybe others. All right, there you go. So, yeah.
Oh, they're popping up all over the place.
That's it.
So for those of you who don't know, Maveka, MVECA is Miami Valley Educational Computing Association. They are the managed service provider for village government, for the schools, and for Antioch College. When there was talk about a wholly owned municipal broadband utility, one of the requirements is to have a local data center, and that is the role, if you will, that Maveka has been playing up to this point in our development of our municipal broadband pilot. Okay. Questions, additional questions from council regarding moving forward or moving this item forward? Okay. All right. Seeing none, let's just do a voice vote. All in favor of approving this payment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, the motion has passed. Thank you very much, everyone. Excuse me. Now we're down to citizen concerns. This is the portion of our meeting where citizens can come and share on topics that are not on the agenda. I'll repeat that. That are not on the agenda. And we welcome the comments. We allow 3 minutes. Judy, our clerk, will be our timekeeper. We encourage everyone who does speak to come up, introduce yourself, indicate your relationship or your affiliation with the village. And again, try to consider the timeliness. Village council, by the way, is not obligated to respond to comments real time. So we just want to make sure everyone's aware of that as well. Do we have any citizen concerns? Oh, I think I saw Ina out of my corner of my eye first.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
I'll just
Just keep. That was so cool, though.
Pace the room.
That was so cool. Yep. Thank you.
Good evening. Is this on?
Yes, it is. It's fine.
Good evening, members of the Yellow Springs City Council. My name is Ina Neron, and I currently serve as the chair of the Public Arts and Culture Commission Committee for the Gaunt Park Pool Mural Project. In recent years, many citizens have embraced street art and murals, transforming it into celebrations of local artists and creativity. And I believe it's time for Yellow Springs to join this movement by completing our own long-awaited mural project. For the past 4 to 6 years, there's been a concerted effort to create a mural on the eastern wall of the Gaunt Park Men's Locker building. Despite raising funds and selecting artists, the mural has yet to materialize due to various challenges. As a regional independent art curator, exhibition coordinator, and former gallery manager, I was intrigued by this project, and when I was asked to chair the committee tasked with completing the mural, I was thrilled. Yellow Springs is known for its inclusiveness, creativity, and progressive stance on social justice. The theme of the mural that was chosen is Voices of Yellow Springs, a Legacy of Justice, and it aims to celebrate the diverse backgrounds, talents, and perspectives that define our town. The proposed artwork will feature elements symbolizing different cultural heritages and artistic expressions, reflecting our community's commitment to fostering a harmonious and inclusive environment. This project will engage local artists and students, providing them with an opportunity to contribute to a meaningful community initiative. And as an experienced curator, I see this mural becoming a landmark that not only beautifies our town, but also sparks important conversations about social and civil justice issues. Other cities local to us, such as Cincinnati and Dayton, have seen significant benefits from similar projects. Their colorful mural tours attract visitors and boast local tourism. The CEO of Visit Sacramento noted a direct correlation between the increase in tourism and the founding of their Wide Open Walls art mural organization. Murals offer fun, free opportunities for travelers of all ages, and our mural could provide Instagrammable moments that attract millennials. Hey, that's a big deal. The mural will be strategically located on the high-visibility east-facing wall outside the Gaunt Park Pool Men's Locker Room, measuring 19.3 feet across by 7.5 feet high. And before you, I do have some detailed proposals that include conceptual sketches.
We're at 3 minutes, so if you can provide those.
We're at 3 minutes. Okay, so I just want to encourage you to consider the benefits of completing the Gaunt Park Pool mural and to authorize moving forward with this project in a timely manner. And that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ina. Mitzi?
Well, I'm here with some good news. The Yellow Springs Citizens Action Project for sidewalks just completed a survey, and the good news is we just we're working with MAG, but only 20 formal complaints are being addressed, which is a huge accomplishment. Our group will be helping 10 people out in the next week, clearing sidewalks, but I want to thank the Village Council. I want to thank our zoning administrator. I want to thank all the volunteers and property owners who've realized how important it is to keep our sidewalks safe and clear for all pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitzi. Any other citizen concerns? Okay. Seeing no activity, we are moving on to our special report, excuse me, which is a preview of public works for the Light Up Navajo Nation project. And it looks like Ben Sparks is online for that.
Play the video first.
Oh, okay, we have a video first. A precursor. Ben, all eyes are on you secondarily.
mean,
Oh, looks like it's raining
Beyond
now.
pushing play,
Well, it's,
you don't trust me when I tell you that.
yep, it's going. Do we have?
I volunteered to come to the Light Up Navajo project because I wanted to be of service and help and bring power to people that haven't had electricity ever before.
We talked to the homeowner. His name was Alex, and he said he'd been there for about 4 or 5 years with no power, so just kind of told us some of his daily struggles with not being able to cool his food, having to throw food away and kind of waste and hauling water, and how once we got power there it was going to kind of change that, his daily tasks, so that was pretty nice.
It's very, very humbling, and it's very gratifying though when you do give these folks electricity for the first time and they come out and they bring their kids out, and it gets you. It'll wrench your throat and touch your heart in a deep way.
Hooked up some people who I think they said they had been without power 8 years where they were at, and they had 6 children in the house. When we were done hooking them up, they all come out and gave us hugs and just told us how grateful they were to have power, and it's just an awesome experience.
I work for Roseville Electric. I've been there for 21 years. I've been in the trade for 30, and I've done a lot of things. But this is the best part of it, is bringing people power. It's never had power before. It's a great feeling. It's a highlight of my career. I'll be retiring soon, and I'm glad that I've done something I feel worthwhile for another person.
I prayed for this day. I think I prayed a million times.
I had to pack ice in the ice chest and put my food in there so it won't spoil, and use it with the limit time before it gets bad.
Oh, God bless. Thank you. You know, I've been waiting a long time. It'll make me cry here in a little bit. It's gonna make me cry.
I see a Yahan, a Lego or Ujichido Elot, Ado in the Yahan, Ado Dinch, and the Ebehos Doi, and the Yahatobi Jebehos Kazut, that is also a Yahan, a Conchito Elot, Venia Hawan, Ashes Yahold, Shishinjonia, Lord isn't by Jensen.
Standing at the front door and seeing the electric coming, it was emotional. It was because I was used to life without it, and it comes with its benefits and advantages, kind of like working from home, especially through COVID. And the kids, because I'm pursuing my master's online, so that wasn't possible without electric, and this has made it possible.
I really appreciate it.
We're happy to help you out.
Yeah, I'm so thankful. I'm on oxygen 24 hours, so I really needed the electricity. Oh my God, it's been close to 2 years since I've been without electricity. The crew, they came yesterday morning, so it took them a day and a half Now my electricity is off.
That's powerful.
Hello, my name is Ben, Superintendent of Electric here at Village. Basically, the video kind of sums up what our plans are. If you don't know, we are leaving out on the 14th of, well, next week, next Friday. Plane leaves out at 8:30. And I've got the 4 gentlemen that's going to be with me, Tanner, Lucas, Lane, and Alex right there. We're going to all be leaving out. First and foremost, I want to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity, Johnny, for allowing 5 of the crew members to be gone for 7 days. So far, we got the plane tickets bought, rental car, lodging, everything is ready to go. We ship out our tools on Wednesday. They'll ship out, and then when we get there, we'll get our tools. They'll have our bucket trucks and everything ready to go when we get there. I've been in contact with the lady that we're working with, and they'll be picking us up at the hotel next Saturday, and we start our 7 days there and building power lines for the Navajo Indians. So if you guys have any questions or anything?
Not questions, but I'm going to ask if all 5 of the crew could come up front. So, Mark Heiss, I think his company name changed from Yellow Springer Teas to YS Marketing or something like that?
Springer Teas.
Okay, we'll go back to Springer Teas. All right. So Mark has created and donated these T-shirts for the crew and the efforts that you all are going forth with. And Johnny's going to model one, maybe?
No, I'm not going to. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hand them out to council members. So this will be for Tanner or for Lucas. And then the rest of them will be, that way you 5 council members with 5 crew members to send them off. These were designed by Ben Gunther and created by Mark Heiss and donated by Mark Heiss. So if you guys could send off the crew, that would be much appreciated.
You want to bring me something back?
I really appreciate it.
We're
I got a medium.
Congrats, man.
Very good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Everybody doesn't have a beard. I also want to say
Something in the eyes.
You'll turn. All right, we're back. Go ahead, Johnny.
Okay, so I also want to say that was the video that Ben and I watched at an AM conference 2 years, almost 3 years ago, and we couldn't do it. There was no way that Ben and one other person would make any difference going out there. But by council allowing us to hire more linemen, to be able to hire more staff, it made it possible. So what we've done, or what Ben has worked on, that was a video that was provided to us. Well, we went one step further. Ben's actually taken out his drone that he flies for the village. He's taken out, they've got GoPro cameras for their hard hats. Ben Gunther, when they come back, is going to create a video so you can see in real time what our staff did for the Navajo Nation. So stay tuned, it'll be in July, but we'll have our own video to be able to put on Channel 5 and to show what the village is all about.
Can I just add one thing? Sure. So I would really encourage everyone to look at what this program's about, and that video was amazing. But the other piece of this is that our team gets training around like how to like handle not only, you know, like, I mean, I guess just emergency response, but gets to work with a variety of different teams from, I think now it's up to 18 states. Right. And I know that this particular initiative is huge. Super impressed that you guys are doing this, and we're all in. It's great. So have an awesome time, and I know you're going to make a big difference. So
think of us 1 or 2 times. That's all. Just 1 or 2 times. Thank you guys, and wishing you the best. Godspeed. All right.
Don't have to stay.
Oh, I'm hearing that you don't have to stay.
You don't have to stay.
Your departure will not be an indication of your commitment to the village,
Right.
by the way.
I can't wait to see the videos, I guess, to see
Yeah, indeed.
See
indeed.
y'all. Be
All
careful.
right, guys. Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you for being here.
Have fun. See you guys.
All right. Looks like it's time for the manager's report.
Okay, well, it's going to be boring after that. So, street fair is this Saturday, so they are actually getting ready for street fair, and then they'll have to tear it down right before they all leave. So, Juneteenth celebration is on there as well, and then upcoming Pride is on June 29th this year. And they will be at the same location on Walnut Street, right by Mills Lawn. So you can check that website out. I think it's on, we'll get the website up so if they have one. The big thing I want to talk about today is the Fairfield Sidewalk grant that we received. I put it in the packet. I do need directions on which way council wants me to go. We submitted the grant back last year with a $2 million max, and then over the period of 4 years, we would contribute about $516,679. After we submitted the grant, they changed the funding source because the ask was really out there, so they have changed it to where $1.6,510,000, and then our responsibility would be $916,169. We would not be paying for the construction, but everything before and during the engineering phase, we would be able to pick our own engineers, which we did for Safe Routes to School. It's similar to the Safe Routes to School. Staff actually worked on doing some stuff to be able to reduce that cost as well. We would do the same thing. On top of, I have talked to Choice One, I've talked to Brian. We're actively looking at other grants to help offset that cost as well. But we would love to move forward with at least the 1.6 million, and then we could fund the rest of it. So that's a direction that council's got to be able to give me, because I got to have them, I got to let them know in the morning. If not, somebody else is going to take the grant.
Can I just, for clarification purposes, do you need a motion that the council approves accepting the ODOT grant, which would then require that the village come up with $916,169 by grant or otherwise?
That's correct.
And I have a question. Like if we, took the 1.6 million and just use that, is that complete work?
It has to.
Go ahead.
The 1.6 would not even touch it, because we have to pay for engineering and everything. The only thing that the 1.6 million can be used for is construction.
Okay, so the work that needs to be done to to get ready for construction.
Correct.
That's what we're covering.
Correct.
Okay.
And you can see the project schedule is out there. It ties in with the environmental assessment, the detailed designs, the right-of-ways. That's where the majority of the money is, and that is a top number that we hope to get down even lower.
So I know Choice One has been helpful in the past with regard to applying for and garnering grants of this type. Is there some level of confidence that?
There is some level of confidence. This also ties into the bike trail, which gives us some more funding through the rails system. And there is some grants out there that have paid for some engineering cost. So they're very hopeful, as is Brian and myself, that we can find some grants to offset the $960.
So I think one of the things Johnny's referring to is Greene County Parks and Trails. Our levy raises $1 million every year. And so I think that's one of the main asks that we're looking at.
Thank you.
So but do you have anything in terms of scale or likelihood? I mean, I don't, when you're throwing these, I mean, and then I guess, so do we have any kind of information on it? I mean,
we would be looking for grants starting tomorrow to help offset the cost.
Okay. And is there a reason why we have to decide on $1 million by tomorrow morning? Why didn't we talk about this before?
We just got this back from the state. And then,
so you're saying when we applied, we didn't know there was any match?
We did. We knew there was 500,000 because the maximum you could get was $2 million.
Okay, but we didn't ever talk about even $500,000, right?
We did talk about a match, yes.
When did we talk about that?
It was back in November of last year.
Here?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you guys allowed me to apply for the grant.
Council, questions?
I mean, it's a lot of money.
It is
without much clarity of where it's going to come from, and we've had obviously really challenging conversations over much smaller sums of money. So
the streets and parks are funded out of the general fund. And we currently have $100,000 a year that we're putting into sidewalk repairs. So we need to offset some of that we're doing a lot of it in-house, and if we can offset some of the costs there as well.
So can you help me, so how does this work? So let's say we said, if we say we're going to do it, then we're on the hook as of tonight?
I will let them know that we are accepting the grant, and then we would do the engineering would be the first thing. So the engineering is probably 10% of the project, so the engineering cost would be probably $160,000.
And is there a map or something it's a pretty limited amount of information for a pretty significant spend. So can you just tell us more about what the scope of the project is?
The scope of the project would be the missing pieces of sidewalk on Fairfield from the bike trail all the way to Ridgecrest. Brian, do you remember, didn't I include that in the council, the whole design of the system?
So
I'd have to go back and look.
What I remember is, I don't remember that we saw the details.
Okay.
So I think you talked about it at the Active Transportation Committee, but I'm not sure that council saw that.
So it appears that you will have a little time to contemplate this, because I'm getting a nod from the rear that we will need legislation, which means that you would then see a resolution with a robust memo recapping all of this information and giving you time to digest it. So I guess really the question is, do you want to bring a resolution for the 17th?
So I thought we just said we had to know by tomorrow.
I have to give notice tomorrow.
Is there some sort of agreement then that you would be signing? And Amy, have you reviewed that?
I've not seen an agreement from ODOT.
They have not even sent us an agreement yet. It's just that we would be moving forward.
This is just to accept the grant.
Correct.
Okay.
So Amy, could we take a motion and then bring a resolution agreeing to the expenditure?
Agreeing to the expenditure. The expenditure of funds we'll want to approve by legislation, and we'd also want to accept the grant by legislation as well. So I don't know if there's a path forward with ODOT to have that conversation with them tomorrow, telling them that, we could put the resolution on in 2 weeks for council's review.
I will ask.
If that's, how you want to proceed.
So, is everybody up to speed with what the process is? Right now, there's I don't even want to characterize this as a soft or hard deadline for tomorrow. But as Amy, our solicitor, advised, there would officially, by resolution, we'd have to accept the grant. We don't have that resolution today. Then officially, we'd have to set aside the matching funds, which hopefully won't be as high as $916,000, offset by either grants or other sidewalk-related funds that have already been budgeted. Since we don't have either of those resolutions in order, the question on the floor at this point is are we in agreement with moving forward, which would be to B, bring those resolutions back. A would be authorize the village manager to accept this grant in the amount of a little over $1.6 million. Please share your thoughts, everyone.
Seems like ODOT should be a little amenable to a couple of weeks' time frame for us to gather additional information since they just gave the information to you.
You were thinking not the case?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Were you thinking ODOT's not as nice as people?
Oh, no, I know not of ODOT.
No oblate ODOT.
You're trying to figure out resolution stuff.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But I think your question was to Johnny, like, what's your feeling? Or
All I can do is ask.
Yep.
I'm open to talking about it, but that's a significant change with no notice to communicate about it. I just don't. How could they possibly want us to spend an extra $500,000 without talking about it? I don't know. I have a hard time without more information.
Well, I talked to ODOT, and there's no way to do another review. If we say we're not going to accept it, we need another $300,000, they're just going to reject the grant.
Can we apply again at some point? Is this like
This is a once a year, but the problem is this is for the complete project. Now, we can see if we can shorten the project, but we're still paying the extra. What is doing it is the right of way. So we have to buy some right of way from the landowners and try to be able to get the sidewalk in there. And there's also a creek that we're crossing that has got to have a bridge put over it. So they're all significant cost.
I'd be interested in what others think. It just feels like a big thing to me, I guess.
Well, we've heard over the course of time that Choice One has been very successful in assisting us with grant searches, grant research. Donnie, can you suggest maybe over the last 2-3 years or whatever period of time?
I can just go to 2024. Actually, I wrote it down. Because at the end of this presentation, I was going to tell you something else. Now I got to find it. So I can just tell you today, We got the email that Choice One and staff got an additional $453,380 from Governor DeWine to complete the project for the 2-inch water main. So that was just today. And just in 2024, it's almost $2.2 million in grants the staff and Choice One has got from Village of Yellow Springs.
And what's the timeline for us to be able to secure these funds, given that we do have some budgeted dollars we could use, and the number might not be as big as it looks today?
Right away would be done probably in 2 years. And that's the $432,000. The engineering would be the first start of it, roughly about construction engineering is about $112,036.
So it's about a 4-year timeline?
It's a 4-year timeline. You wouldn't see these sidewalks until 2028.
So I guess another way of looking at it is worst case scenario, we might be on the hook for that initial 100,000.
112,000.
Yeah. So forget the 9. It's not 916. And so Gavin,
Wait, what do you mean forget the 9? What do you say? Sorry.
And what we,
if you break it down into pieces.
Yeah, if we in terms of what we might technically be spending that we would need to commit and need to spend in short order, it's just that initial step, which is approximately about $101,000. There's time to come up over the next 3 to 4 years. Well, I don't want to say 3 to 4 years for some of the preliminary stuff. There's other parts of that 916 that would have to be spent before the 4 years. But it's not. We're not necessarily, if you will, on the hook for all 916 if we make a commitment to go forward today. I mean, we'd eventually do it, but we've got, again, other budgeted dollars, other grant resources, and the fact that 916 might not be the ceiling.
So one aspect we do need to keep in mind is if we give a grant back, it does affect us for future grants.
Yes.
So we need to keep that in mind. You get points against you. Yeah.
Can I suggest that I don't know that there's a downside to you agreeing to hear legislation on the 17th? Just gives you more time to digest it, more facts before you at the time. That's really the only decision at hand, because you can't make this decision without legislation. Formally, you cannot make this decision without legislation. I mean, if Johnny needs an indication, that's a different story. But if you're just talking about the legislation piece, I don't see a downside in bringing that.
Yep. Well, I am in favor of bringing legislation for both accepting the grant and setting aside funds. With the knowledge that Johnny will make some calls tomorrow, and maybe we get a little more time, maybe we won't. In short, I'm in favor of the project, and I believe that it won't cost $916 in taxpayer funds.
So Carmen, you haven't said anything yet?
Well, because I would agree with what Kevin just stated. The idea that we would not accept grant funding for me is problematic. I know that we have to have legislation, so I'm in favor of that. And also knowing that the competency of staff and Choice One to finding funds to offset that $916,000 is a big deciding factor for me. So yes, I'm in favor of seeing legislation, and yes, I would like to see us take advantage of the grant money that's available for us.
So I'm in favor of moving forward.
I mean, I think we need, what I'm hearing from Johnny is we need to take some kind of vote to say we want to move forward for his next conversation. So Yeah, I don't have anything else to add except, just a reminder that this is why when we go after grants, we need to make sure we've got our ducks in a row.
All right, so lots of moving parts. I think everyone is
And actually, the other thing I should say is that if everyone here is not aware, this is a priority area. I mean, the safety issues, this is why I appreciate that Johnny went after that. We know that Yellow Springs Fairfield needs to be safer. So I think we can't forget why this is something that the community cares about. So anyway.
Yep. So one other question, Johnny, the 916, and you probably cannot answer this, but if you were to guess how low you could get that.
Probably back to my 500 number.
Okay, back to 500.
And to give you a rough estimate, in the last 5 years, we've got almost $10 million in grants, just by staff and choice alone. From the $1.8 million for the multimodal path, which, by the way, was a 4-year deal from the time we filled out a grant to the time we completed it. If we would have waited versus submit like Denise and I did with LJB, the next round went to a 75% match. We got it at 0. The Safe Routes to School, we paid for a lot of the upfront cost, and that project was granted at $400,000 was the construction cost by staff doing the work. It only took $284,000 of the construction cost. I will say, to go back to what Brian said, this is a priority street. The complaints on Fairfield went to the engineer's office, went to the PD's office, it made it to ODOT's office. ODOT is the one that called us and says, this project fits this funding, it's due in December.
The bottom line is that it's a safety issue and it's one of our priority things. An infrastructure thing, that's a priority thing.
And the reason why it scored so well is we connected it to the bike trail, which brings the kids from that end of town to the youth center, brings them down to the downtown area in a safe manner.
Yeah.
So, Amy and Judy, there's really 3 things. Authorizing Johnny, I might be creating an extra one. Authorizing our village manager to answer ODOT in the affirmative as soon as tomorrow. Then there's 2 pieces of legislation. Can we bundle all of that, or do we need to take 3 votes?
My thought would be that you consider a motion to bring a resolution to approve the expenditure and the acceptance of the grant. If the timing from ODOT is so pressing that they need an answer prior to the timing of your next council meeting, we could always consider a special meeting. Hate to suggest that, it creates a lot of extra work for everyone, including, of course, the 5 of you, but it's a possibility.
And we have a meeting on the 6th, I believe. The team building thing. So that is a possibility. Right?
Team building had to be announced as a meeting because all 5 council members would be
sure
there,
did. So you do have a meeting coming to you? Yeah.
Well, yes. We're going to meet for team building, yes. Yeah.
That's a possibility. We could, if you're already planning, it's already on your calendar, we could convert that into a special meeting and put a resolution on if we can get all the information together, which I'm sure we can. So that is, that's a possibility.
All right, well, let's go ahead and knock out the resolution. I moved that we bring legislation to the dais or whatever table we'll be sitting at on the 6th for accepting the grant and authorizing Johnny to spend a maximum of $916.
$1,000.
Man, you were I could sneak in, moving the decimal over. but
Several bands.
$916,000. So again, the motion is for those two pieces of legislation so that we can move forward. Can I get a second?
It'll be probably one piece of legislation. And it will be, the motion is just to authorize the bringing of the resolution, right? You're
Yes.
not committing to anything.
Yep.
You'll have more information at that.
Yep, bringing the resolution. So there's a motion on the floor. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, Judy, can we get a voice vote? Roll call vote?
Yes. House.
Yes.
Gustafson.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
DeVore Leonard.
No.
Stokes.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so resolution is coming. A resolution is or are coming. Then on the question, I guess regarding the question of you having a conversation with ODOT, instead of a instead of a 2-week delay, we're looking at maybe a 2-day delay?
I'll let you know.
Okay, do you feel, well, let me put it to council, just from a conversation perspective. Do we feel it's worth leaving this topic now and having Johnny, work his magic tomorrow, and then it's going to come back to us on Thursday? Or do we feel that we ought to give him more oomph in terms of committing to the project?
Legally, what does that mean, more oomph? Like, I need to know what that means legally, because I'm for it, and I would like to see the project move forward. And I definitely think that we should accept grant funding from the state.
Yeah.
But what is more oomph?
What I'm saying is, so tomorrow, Johnny would just say, sure. Or
I have council support, or Amy?
Yeah, Johnny knows how to talk to ODOT, so I don't. I mean, we've sent a signal.
But is that what we're doing? That's I need clarification.
I think are we good? We got resolutions coming. We got resolutions coming for the dollars. Johnny will do Johnny, and Thursday.
Yes, and then we'll be back in touch about whether Thursday's going to be converted into also a special meeting for this.
Yeah, we just add to the agenda. Okay. All right, anything else on this before we move on? And this is, wait a minute, I stopped. This
is still my day.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm going to sit back. Johnny.
All right, so if you go to the street, and you'll see that they've already done some of the storm work that would need to be done as well, so that we can take a little bit off there. New benches, the team built new benches and put them on the softball field side. They're actually going to put together a couple more and put on that softball diamond for the players. Rose has got an RFP out there for the new water meters. It's due towards the end of June, so we'll be bringing back legislation to approve the second round of the RFP for the water meters. The water tower, don't forget, it is starting on July 8th. So we're looking forward to getting the second tower blue. Pool opened, and Samantha has been very busy there. And the statistics for Channel 5 and social media is on the back, and it looks like we're getting a message out there. Civica was launched. You should have got your test emails and phone numbers, and stay tuned. Ben will be putting more out to the citizens to sign up for the new text alerts for construction and just general knowledge, not emergencies, but general knowledge that we need to let them know about.
Okay.
So.
And speaking of Ben, I want to give him a shout out regarding the article in this week's YS News. Just remember your friends when you win your Oscar.
Johnny, do you want to highlight the Dayton's Best Places to Work thing?
Yes. We, Brian and I worked on getting that done, and it is sent out. please, council members, go and fill out the survey. That's 2 of them that you have to fill out. So make sure you do mine first. So we did fill it out. I know that staff, check your junk emails. We've found it in a lot of different places. So if you put in your search bar, best place to work, wherever it is, it will find it.
So I got a notice today that we have 33 of the 55 that we need.
That's awesome.
Yeah, which is, we just need to hit 55 by Friday. And we have 79 employees. Johnny had the brilliant idea that we should include the pool staff. So we're going to have like youth in the mix, which I think is great. So we just want to make sure we hit that 55.
Okay.
All right, so since I'm talking, so I'm looking at the parking donation segment of the report.
Yes.
I'm not impressed. And so I guess the main thing I wanted to put out there is before we redo signs.
The sign, there was a mess up on theirs. It's not, they're not charging us for them.
Oh, okay.
So they're taking the reflectivity out of them.
Okay.
The staff is putting it on there, so it's not costing us anything.
Okay.
The other thing is take in consideration, those are $3, $5 donations, so that's a lot of donations from people. These ain't just a $50 donation, it's 3, so just, they're coming in, but they're also hard to read.
All right. So yeah, I think as long as we're not spending more money on signs, then we'll wait and see.
Yep.
All right.
Good?
I'm good.
Any other questions for the village manager regarding items shared in his report? Alrighty. Well, Johnny, I'm just going to hand it
Actually, I'm going to hand this off to Meg and let her come up and go over the memo that we've worked on.
So in old business, the first of 2 items is our low-income housing tax credit update from Meg.
All right, thanks. Meg Leatherman, Planning and Zoning Administrator with the Village. At the direction of Council, staff has been providing assistance and information to YS Home Inc. on the developability of various properties within the Village, as you know. YS Home Inc. and St. Mary had partnered to evaluate the potential of submitting an application to the Ohio Housing Finance Agency for a low-income housing tax credit in 2025. Last week, St. Mary informed Home Inc. and the council via email that they no longer believed the time frame was feasible to secure a property and obtain the necessary zoning approvals in time for the 2025 application deadline. The low-income housing tax credit application deadline is currently set for mid-February 2025. Since St. Mary's withdrawals, the council has received several emails and letters regarding the topic. I think most of those are in your packet tonight, including one from Home Inc., who's here tonight as well. And they also recognized a short time frame for submittal at this point without a site secured. Due to the complexity of decisions needed to be reached in such a short time frame, staff also believes the time frame to be problematic. As we all know, a site is still not secured, and a substantial zoning process would more than likely be required due to the need for extra density. The projects for low-income housing tax credits typically are sized of 50 to 100 dwelling units, and right now the highest density that's authorized within the village is 17 dwelling units an acre. So there's going to be at least some type of public hearing process. And I want to explain that we don't know the certainty of it because we don't have a site yet, and zoning is very much tied to the specific property. So once we know a specific property, we could give everyone a more specific time frame and details on the zoning process, but without having a site secured yet or even a site confirmed, the specifics on the time frame and zoning process is still unclear. I did provide in the council packet an outline of what the PUD process is with the rezone, because that's what we were kind of estimating would be needed for a couple of the most recent properties that Home Inc. and St. Mary's were exploring, a rezone and a PUD, because a PUD allows a higher density beyond the 17 dwelling units per acre. So just assuming that any property that meets all the other criteria that Home Inc. is trying to figure out for the low-income housing tax credit in St. Mary was, coupled with our zoning code, it's going to be at least probably a PUD process and rezone. I've estimated with Emily a couple of times that, and I thought it was actually kind of a really optimistic time frame of 4 to 6 months to get through a rezone and PUD process. That's with 3 different public hearings and 3 different public meetings. And those are all because of the code, the current code in place today, not because that's what staff wants. It's actually prescribed in code of what meetings we have to do and what we're supposed to talk about and what's supposed to be considered. So 4 to 6 months, I say some of the most unclear aspects when you're thinking about zoning process is the location, again, like I said before, still not secured, and then consultants and staff time, also in that zoning process. We estimate 4 to 6 months. The question mark has a lot to do with the consultant availability. If a public hearing is presented and is presented at a public hearing and the Planning Commission says, oh, yeah, the public had made this one comment, that's true, we didn't think of that, we need to modify the plan now, go back, applicant, and move the road over a little bit. That then the applicant would have to go back to their consultant, then give it back to staff, staff needs time to review it, then get back to the Planning Commission or whoever the body is. So it's a very iterative process that's really hard to guess ahead of time what's going to happen. And we are big here on public involvement and public input and public hearings, so we don't want to assume that something ahead of time is going to be, supported or denied. It's going to have a public hearing, so we say 4 to 6 months, after public input, it might change a little bit, So anyways, that's kind of, I just wanted to explain, we're not trying to not be really clear on the process. There's still a lot of unknowns. And so I also wanted to, I think Johnny and staff, because it's me, Johnny, Judy, our attorney, finance is involved in this too, Public Works has to be involved in this. We all have to evaluate it on multiple different levels because we're talking about hooking into utilities as well. So there's a lot of different facets. So it's all of staff. We believe that we still are, want to just confirm that we're committed to working with Home Inc. still and other developers to create affordable housing in the village. And so that's all we wanted to say.
Thanks, Megan.
Thank you.
Staff, staff, council, have any questions for Meg or Johnny on this topic? Oh, I thought I saw you motion. Yes, no?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just flexing my fingers.
Oh.
I'm going to wait till I hear from citizens, but
Okay.
I'll have something to say.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So routinely, special reports or old business in this case are not public hearing issues or an issue that generates a public hearing. But unless you all commit to come to every other meeting for the rest of the year, I think you're here just for a special reason. So I am going to ask Emily if you are prepared, either yourself or a designee, to come up and fill in the gaps, as it were. And if there is anyone else that has anything unique to provide, please be advised that all of the letters that have been written in a timely fashion are in our packet, and we have seen those and read those. So Emily, I'm going to ask you to come up, and then we will, perhaps based on the urgency with which other folks want to get up and speak, we'll pick a few people to come up as well.
Hey, thank you. I didn't actually prepare remarks. I was going to respond, but I'm happy to talk a little bit. I'm Emily Seibel. I'm the executive director of Yellow Springs Home Inc. And, I think it's no secret that the last couple of weeks have been hard on all of us and hard for our community. I think it's important that we move forward together. We appreciate the goodwill and effort of everyone involved. When we're thinking through the PUD process, I know we had talked about preliminary PUD approval being required, not the final, if that has any impact on that potential timeline. And then I think we had also talked about the possibility of doing some kind of combination of high-density residence C and BZA variants. Those were just sort of like things that we had started thinking through. I think what our official statement is in your packet. I think this is definitely a time for urgency, purpose, and compassion. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart that it's very obvious to me that everybody sitting up there cares a lot about affordable housing, a lot about our community, and a lot about the suffering that is happening today. So, we are here to do anything we can to support you and the schools and other public bodies in trying to find a path forward. A lot of things can be true at the same time. I'm sure we've all had people coming up and expressing their concern about the state of housing in Yellow Springs, and hopefully we can, again, use this as to bring additional alignment and to move forward together. I think our hearts are all hurting for Yellow Springs right now. And I really think that, Carmen, actually, you helped me because you said earlier, what would Marco do in this situation? So I've been thinking about that. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Meg, Emily referred to preliminary versus final planning requirements. Could you provide some insight there?
Yeah, there's a kind of a two-step process, like preliminary development plan that goes along with the rezone that has to be approved by planning commission and then also village council. But then subsequently a final development plan needs to be submitted after that. And so I think she's saying that potentially for her application submittal for the low-income housing tax credit, they only need to get through preliminary. I don't know, but I think maybe that's what she's saying. The process I provided in council goes through the entire process all the way to the end, because really what they need is the rezone to PUD, and that happens with the preliminary development plan. So when I was highlighting the PUD process and I said there's 5 public meetings or whatever, I was just including the whole thing, but what she needs for the rezone wouldn't be as extensive of what's in the packet.
Okay. All right.
How much less extensive then, sorry?
Final development plan is with just the planning commission, so it's about, I still think it'd be probably about 4 to 4 months or so. It's still going to be, and it's really hard to say hypothetically on the record. It's really something that I think in my profession people really avoid because there's so many unknowns ahead of time, and not having a property. We don't know if we're going to need a traffic analysis. We don't know, all kinds of things that are still just so hypothetical right now.
Great. Any other questions for Meg while she's up? Okay. Judith Hempfling. You don't want to speak? Okay. All right. Since part of the, I got you. Come on.
Jessica Thomas, resident of Yellow Springs. I'm speaking for the sake of your time and everybody's time in here. I'm going to combine the comments that I had with the comments of Matt Raska. So bear with me if I go a tiny bit over 3 minutes. We planned for 6. So first of all, I wanted to let council know that there are many citizens in the village who are still hoping that council and the school board can find ways to move forward with exploring Morgan Fields and exploring the CBE for housing. To that effect, Matt started a GoFundMe to ask villagers to, in addition to the tax money that we give to the village and the school board, effectively put their money where their mouths are. And so far we have raised in 3 days $3,195 to donate to the entities that are exploring this process further. So we wanted to do that in a show of good faith that we support this process and would like to see it continue. Listening to council and school board meetings, it is really clear that there are a lot of obstacles, but we would really like to tune into 3 key things. One, we need to absolutely make sure that the 3 acres at Morgan Fields can be replaced by fields of equal or better quality for the schools and rec soccer. We, as a couple, love soccer, and we want to make sure that that is, in the words of Dr. Holden, the schools are made whole plus. The second part that we would like for council to do is pay for the legal process to free up the Morganfield property for purchasing. And again, our GoFundMe is to help support the exploration of releasing the lien on that property. And then finally, we would like to see the village buy the land, which will allow the schools to develop new and better fields, and then start the PUD process. All of these things we believe are doable. A final thing that, actually I said 3 things, but there are really 4. The 4th thing is we are urging council and planning commission to review the PUD process and find ways that we can either tighten it up or make some exceptions for when we have things like this that are very time-bound and very tight. We can say that this has been a short process, but we've known about this at least since December, since last year, that this money was coming and that we were going to potentially score high. So in conclusion, all of these things are doable, and if it doesn't work out, the only thing that we have lost is the view people have of Yellow Springs, that we say that we're for these things, but we're not willing to put action behind it. And that's something that I would really like to lose. Thank you.
Acknowledging that individual board members do not represent the entire board, but to the degree that the issue does involve school property, is there anyone from that's representing the schools, school board, anyone representing that point of view? Are you willing to come up and share?
Hello, I'm Judith, the president of the Yellow Springs School Board. We made a decision at our meeting on May 21st to explore finding monies to help explore removing the lien on those 3 acres of land. We also voted to explore possibilities to replace that land for better and at least equal, if not better, lands for the soccer programs and the other things that that land is being currently used for. That decision was made, by the school board. So one of the places we thought, since, affordable housing is not something that school boards generally is their purview, but it is your purview, that you would be one of the places we would look to help us fund that exploration. In terms of, I'm talking just about the removal of the lien. So, as I said in my letter to you, we are asking you, since I've been directed to ask you by the school board, as a potential place where we could find funding to help us with this.
Thank you. Marianne, come on.
There's an understanding that if people feel there's an existential threat, they come together and overcome whatever obstacles they have to overcome. Two examples in Yellow Springs. One was Save the Farm, Whitehall Farm, where in 1 month, private citizens and other entities got $1.3 million to save Whitehall Farm from development. More recently, when COVID hit, we came together as a community. Both of those examples are mitigating loss. It's harder to see affordable housing that way because it's sort of bit by bit. We lose older people who cannot afford to live here. We don't allow young families to come here. Plus, it's not the mission of council directly or the school board or the development corporation or the foundation. No one other than Home Inc. has that as their mission, and Home Inc. can't do it by itself. We saw this amazing video earlier, Light Up Navajo, and we're sending 7 of our crew, or 5 crew members to the Navajo Nation to extend electricity, and we saw the impact that it had on those people. And that is an amazing thing, and we're all so glad that they're doing it. But can we imagine the people who want to live in this development, and can we see those people in that same light who are in danger of not being able to live here now, have to move out, or who want to live here? Is there some way we can do that? Because I know that this is, not only are there a lot of obstacles, there's a lot of resistance. I don't have an answer to that, but I guess when I saw that video, I thought, can we do that here?
I'm incredibly uncomfortable with us conflating those two things. I just want to get that out there. Incredibly. But that's me personally. I don't speak for the body. Because they are unequivocally not the same.
Thank you, Carmen. So, Judith, and I'm not picking on anybody, but you mentioned replacement of land. In other words, there's this sort of domino effect of things that need to happen. If the lien is able to be removed on some particular 3 acres, there must be a requirement, presumably. We've heard Jessica say, and the superintendent's word, that the school board be made whole plus, and there's the plus. So has alternative in terms of replacement land been identified?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, the answer was potentially for those who couldn't hear. And I see your hand, Lynn. Dino, I see you fidgeting. Do you want to come up? Okay, all right, we'll hold off. And Marianne, you're right. It is the mission of Home Inc. To take the lead on these things. And we will be wrapping up in just a few. We'll allow a couple more comments. But Emily, if you could tell us, without St. Mary on board as, I'll call them the developer or a developer, at this juncture, where do we stand in terms of either replacing St. Mary as developer, or, St. Mary's suggested that that you all would need them to get this done. And it's not St. Mary's per se, but it was a developer. So we need to have a developer, even if the land is available, in terms of time. Where do we stand with securing another developer?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think that's really, I have a board member right here. I don't want to get ahead of our board on this because there needs to be a lot more discussion. But I think, obviously, I mean, it's what I said in the memo. It's unlikely that we can find someone in time. But I think it's more of a question of is the interest of council for us to keep working on this.
It's a very specific someone, a very specific developer that you would have to find. Can you go into that just a little bit? So
Yeah,
it's not just a
definitely.
matter of finding another.
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah. So St. Mary was, and just to be clear, I think St. Mary felt that there was time for the technical pieces if there was a lot of alignment, purpose, direction, action, commitment, that kind of thing. So I don't think that technically it's impossible at this point, but I would say that we would have to find either St. Mary, if they'd get back in the mix, which would be controversial, I know, for many, or another CHODO, which is Community Housing Development Organization. And it has to be a group with a nonprofit mission and focus, who also has a community governance structure on their board and has a specific geographic area that they prioritize, but also has the financial and development capacity and experience to issue financial guarantees for a $20 million project. So last I checked, there were 8. That was a few years ago around the state. I've been trying to get a list from OFA. Haven't gotten one yet. But I did look through the low-income housing tax credit awards from last year and identified a potential match. But again, I don't want to get ahead of my board because I think it's clear at this point that there are a lot of obstacles to overcome, and I think unless we are all truly aligned around this, it's probably not going to work. So I guess we need to know how much enthusiasm there is for moving forward. I think it's kind of looking at the board member next to me. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we have to know if it's possible to get this school board, this land, and if that is something that you feel is possible to do that quickly. Like, what is the time frame?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's sort of like, we felt that there was a stopping point. It's clear from the really influx of community input to us, and I'm sure to you too, and looking at the room this evening, that there's a lot of community will for this, and so I think we are definitely willing to respond to that, and we want to partner if it makes sense to see what is possible, because this really is a rare opportunity. And I think one of the things that we haven't articulated very well is that it's really hard to get money for family rental housing. And this really is a unique opportunity to do that in a meaningful way. And so I think that's kind of where we're at. I'm being wishy-washy because a lot has happened just in the last few days that has really kind of continued to change the narrative, and so I really do need to circle back to my board.
How long will it take you to get the list of builders?
That's a great question. I think what we would do is probably look at the last few years of awards and figure out who we think is a CHODO, and then reach out to them if we don't hear back from the state.
Wouldn't the priority be on the builder first?
The Ohio Housing Finance Committee is right? No. OHFA would have that list. Is that what you're talking about? Of the CHODOs?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah.
Are you saying talking to St. Mary?
Well, just to determine, because at this point we don't have a builder, so wouldn't that be the first step if it were to move forward?
So I've also learned it's incredibly hard to get any information. I've spent 3 days on the phone, so yeah. So I think probably what Emily is saying is we have to look at who's like gotten awards. But yeah, OFA is not very responsive. So.
I think this comes back to why development is maddening and risky and hard to get done, because it's kind of a chicken and egg thing, but they have to happen at the same time. So I guess we would like to just see what the level of urgency and willingness is, but with the understanding that we are compassionate, that we have a lot of obstacles, and this is not a sure shot by any means. So.
April Wolford, I'm a member of the board for Home Inc. And just to answer your question, I think any developer we would approach without a location or a certainty that we would have a location, they would be in the same boat that St. Mary's is in right now. So they would have to decide if they were going to take on a project without knowing if we had a space to put it in. So that's why I think it's important for that step to be taken first. That that land, some land is secured, that we could go to a developer and say, we have a lot, and it meets the criteria, and it scores high and is competitive. And then that would give us a chance with that developer to possibly build a relationship with them.
Sure.
So we're having a homing committee board meeting on live TV. No, I was just going to say that I think usually what we find with these projects that have really tight timelines, and even honestly, I think I called Meg like the day that the draft criteria came out in 2023, which was like in September, and it's still a short timeline because there's just a lot of unknowns. But what I was going to say is that usually when we're in situations like this, what we really have to do is more than one thing at the same time. So I think it would be a both and. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we're going to wrap up the public comments. We've had, this is my term, subject matter experts come up and speak. And so and others. And so I think we've gotten the subject matter folks' perspective on things. We've had some community input. Council, do you have any other questions for anyone in terms of points of clarification?
So are we done with public comments? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, go ahead. Come on.
I hate to disagree with you.
Well, you're a subject matter expert.
Once you've opened it up for public comment, you need to let anyone in the room that wants to speak to it.
All right. Anyone else who wants to speak?
We saw that
I'm
Lynn-
nothing.
we
I'm
saw
nothing
that
if
Lynn
not
wanted to
compliant.
speak.
I'm sorry, and I forgot you, Lynn. I'm sorry. I did.
So I'm Lynn Hardman. I'm a resident. I moved here in 1963. I'm now 63. Don't do the math. And I have played many sports on many of the fields and gone to the schools and the reason I moved back to town was to raise my 3 children here because of the schools. I care very deeply. I'm very, very active with the rec soccer program. I am not a leader and I do not represent the opinions and views of the other soccer people, but I firmly believe that we can give 3 acres of the Morgan Fields as they are now in one schematic I saw at the last special meeting on the 21st of the school board, closest to East Enon Road, and then there's plenty of room to put our 3 youngest groups of soccer players beyond that, if there's mitigation and consideration with the new construction to, allow for water runoff, which hasn't always happened when CBE went in, and anyway, it's a long story. I sent you a letter. Hopefully you got to read it. I also want to just say that I don't understand totally what happened with the early meetings, and I apologize in my letter to the council and to the editor of the Yellow Springs News, I didn't wish to frame council as being contentious so much as that this has been a long, convoluted process, and we're not all privy to all of the parts because there might have been private landowners, and I just want to encourage all parties to come re-engage, revisit the possibility of taking advantage of this tax credit, that these things don't roll around all the time, and we have plenty of space to play on if we all work together, pool our resources. I think one major roadblock may have been with private landowners that the school has plans, and I haven't seen schematics, only a list of the fields that they plan to put in somewhere to the south of the current YSHS building, 5 or 6 tennis courts, a dedicated baseball stadium, dedicated softball stadium, and an additional full-size soccer field. Well, that seems grandiose and not a good use of tax dollars, and I haven't even seen how much that might cost. It certainly couldn't be part and parcel of the $38 million levy that we passed by 95 votes, I think. So I just want to encourage the school board and the council and Yellow Springs Home Inc. to work together and try to re-engage St. Mary's, because at this point trying to find another builder may be really, really tricky. And our middle school oldest age of soccer hasn't been functional since pre-COVID. We really, really want to get that going again. It would really make sense to put it over to the south of the school. Thank you.
Anyone else? Just and let me reiterate my earlier comments, and thank you to Amy, our solicitor, for keeping me honest. But the code does suggest that folks ought to bring unique comments to the table, so that we're not repeating what someone else has already said.
Absolutely.
So, go ahead, John.
My name is John Hempfling. I live in town. One of the things that I would like to ask council that I don't believe has been brought up yet this evening is to move forward on asking Cresco and AUM to modify the covenant to allow this sort of development. That's just a free ask. That should be pretty straightforward and easy. And then, this is a little bit duplicative, but of course it's been stated that the LIHTC money is basically the main way that affordable family housing is created in Ohio. And so, as somebody working on zoning reform, I certainly feel like a fool that we weren't immediately working on, from the beginning, on changing our zoning code so that this sort of program could just, have a fast lane, this sort of proposal would just have a fast lane and not be bogged down in zoning issues for 6 months. So certainly we need to position ourselves as a village and position the zoning code to be as friendly as possible, I think, to winning this sort of grant money, considering the extremely short timeline between when the draft criteria is published and the deadline for the grants. And so I don't know if maybe just changing the code might be faster than the PUD process. But in any case, regardless, we should change the code and ask for the covenant. Thank you.
Thank you. Dino, I saw you move.
Dino Pilata, resident. Council DeVore, you've taken a career path as an example of how to be successful in building coalitions. As director of One Ohio Now, you brought statewide functions, you brought together many people with partnerships, different backgrounds, you formed powerful coalitions. The success in getting your buy-in speaks volumes to your success as a director. Having said that, what continually happens here with this, again, with this former partnership, is the quite opposite. Case in point is this school land. You've got a small group that's organized, comes with a concept, speaks to us about the 30-year opportunity. We need to take advantage of it now, and you guys need to take advantage of it and make a decision now. However, when you only reach out to the stakeholders who share your views and you don't reach out to others in the community to get buy-in, the situation turns into turmoil and it's adversarial. There's a lot of pushback because there's not enough information that's been supplied to all of us so that you're going to buy in. It always becomes this is just sales tools. Get us to buy in and we can go along with it. When you don't provide enough information, we can't buy into it. We're going to ask questions. And there was a multitude of questions, as we've all mentioned, a multitude of questions that are up in the air, that we don't know the land, we don't know, there's just a multitude of questions that we don't have. So it's hard to get buy-in when you don't have that. As someone said that's close to Home Inc. and St. Mary's, and just mentioned it to me last week, he said, "This whole adventure has been an example of what happens when an organization fails to build a team or coalition and attempts to shove a project down a community's throat." Close quotes. If I want to sell something, back to my sales days, I have a plan, knowing all the pertinent questions and answers because I've done my homework before I present the product. I don't come in with a preconceived concept that's not detail-oriented and will not invite more questions by decision makers because I didn't do my job up front to bring all the information to you. When that happens, you get pushback. There's so many questions that are unknown because you just haven't done your job properly to bring it to the table for us to understand what it is the want and the need is. Just because Home Inc. or St. Mary's may have thought that this was a good project, if it's not sold properly, we're not going to buy into it. Had they done their homework and brought enough information, brought all the questions, the information that we needed, if we could understand what the ask was, it's going to eliminate the chaos, it's going to eliminate the turmoil, and it's going to make the sales process easier. It's going to alleviate all of this, and that's what we're going for. Alleviate the turmoil. Then we could have built. If that happens, then you build a wide coalition base, not just the Home Inc. base. You start reaching out to others. You get into the others, and that's what you want, and that's what you need. Once you get into that buy-in process, the process moves smoothly, and you can close the deal. It'll close itself because it makes sense. If it doesn't make sense and there's questions, there's always going to be a problem with closing the deal. I'll leave it at that. We know that there's a GoFundMe account. We know that they're still asking for you guys to pay. There's problems with that. I'm not accepting of that. I think they should, again, if the homework was done up front prior to it, we wouldn't have had these issues come up now and putting us all on the spot and making us choose sides, because it's not about choosing sides. You all said it. Yes, we're all affordable. We're all about affordable. We all get it. We get the situation. But if it's not sold properly and we don't have enough information, then we're going to ask questions and we're going to push back. I just hope we can move forward from this. Thank you.
Thanks, Dino. Anyone else? Yep. Well, please identify yourself and your affiliation with the village.
I'm Evelyn Potter. I've lived here most of my life. I graduated in 2020, so just graduated college, but from Yellow Springs I graduated in 2020. And I'm going to make this really quick because I know a lot have been said and it's been really interesting. I think that it's really important that this is for families. I know that a lot of my friends who have now graduated college would love to come back to Yellow Springs, and honestly they would love to have a family here, and they are saying, yeah, I would love to be where I grew up, but it's too expensive. And that's kind of sad to hear. And also our school system, it's small, and it would be great to get more people there, especially people who might not be able to afford living in Yellow Springs. And I know there's a lot of different parts and pieces to this, but to me it seems like the best that can happen is we work together and make it happen and get this this Affordable Housing Act, and the worst that can happen is it doesn't actually become something, but we showed that we wanted it, and it makes it easier for something like this to happen in the future. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Going once? Yes, Emily, please. Oh, yeah, sure.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so I was just going to reiterate that, I think we know what is needed. Over 43% of renters in Yellow Springs are housing cost burdened, meaning they pay so much in rent that they can't afford basic necessities. They have to choose between them to make ends meet. We also have over 300 people on the Home Inc. wait list, and we get calls every week from people who are desperate in their housing situations and people who want to live here. We have 1,500 people drive in every day. So I think we know what, just to Dino's point, I think we know what is needed. It's just, is there a way to get there together? And so, Homing can't do this alone. Whether we're working, I think I would love to continue a conversation to see if there is a path forward, but it has to be something that everybody feels good about, because we cannot do this alone. It's too big, it's too hard, and so we really need to know that we're all moving in the same direction. And I also just want to say that we're a nonprofit with a mission. We're not a for-profit company that's selling something. Our mission is to strengthen community and diversity in Yellow Springs by providing permanently affordable and sustainable housing. I do love Dino's idea of having information sessions, having an information session, an information Q&A, because then even if this doesn't move forward, we're continuing to develop the education, make sure people's questions are answered. And I think it's especially important to hear from people who are potential renters of the project throughout this process. And then I just wanted to thank again Johnny and Brian for participating in those stakeholder sessions where we had the Village of Yellow Springs well represented, the Yellow Springs Development Corporation, Miami Township, the Yellow Springs Community Foundation, Yellow Springs Home Inc., and St. Mary Development, and the Yellow Springs Schools, yes. And I think that the whole idea was we aligned around purpose and started moving forward. So I guess that's where we're at. There is no specific proposal from us on the table tonight, but we showed up because it's clear that this is something that the community really wants, and we're willing to continue walking with you, whether it's this or ultimately something else. But I think we all recognize the need. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. So, not seeing anyone pop up, we are in the process of closing the public meeting. But Judith, I just want to ask one quick question, and then I'm going to ask our solicitor to come up. Judith, if you don't mind, your letter says that you got the cost here. It's a range of $10,000 to $20,000. Why such a range, and what is it? Do we have any idea what it will? If there was one number, what would that number be?
20,000.
I see what you just did there.
We asked the lawyer who was involved with the lien to give us a ballpark. Mm-hmm. He said 10 to 20. Now there could be other fees, but it's in terms of there could be some other fees. Mm-hmm. So we're not sure exactly. But we thought if the village, the village isn't the only place that potentially monies can come from. We've got this citizens group that is starting to do fundraising, and potentially, so there's potentially other, I believe it doesn't have to all come from village council. But $20,000 to me, given that it's one of your top goals, is not that much to ask. And if we didn't need it all, we'd give it back.
Repeat that part again? No, I got you. I understood. Thank you, Judith.
Yeah.
All right, so the public hearing is closed for this particular topic. Hemi Blankenship, our solicitor, can you please come up and share with us about any concerns with public funds being used in the manner that we're discussing?
So what we're discussing is whether the village would fund the legal fees for the schools to determine whether or not the land in question can be released from the lien, correct? So when the village expends funds, right, any expenditure of public funds, the determination is whether or not the expenditure of those funds is for a public purpose.
There is great deference given to an elected council like yourself if you've passed legislation that says this is a public purpose and here's why and this is a proper expenditure. There is a lot of deference given to a council. It is not absolute. So the way it's handled under Ohio law is it's an abuse of discretion standard. There would be a question as to whether or not you were, it was outside of your authority and a questionable judgment to expend such funds for any purpose, not just for this, but for anything that you deem to be a proper public purpose. I can't give you, there is no clear answer on this as to whether or not an auditor or some type of taxpayer suit or however this could be challenged would whether this type of expenditure would be ruled to be an improper expenditure of public funds. I can give you the guidance that the Supreme Court has given, which is to say that generally a public purpose for a village is for the promotion of public health, safety, welfare, we're familiar with all of these phrases, and for the contentment of all inhabitants or residents within the village. So that leaves a lot of leeway. In my opinion, it was much clearer when there was a developer connected to the project because it was clear where the money, what the process was that the village council was undertaking. I think that the lack of a developer weakens the argument a little bit as to whether or not this is a proper public purpose. I apologize, it's hard to say. But again, as an elected council, you have a lot of deference would be given to you in your decision making. So that's pretty much the extent of the guidance that I can provide to you on the issue, but I'm happy to answer.
I have a question really quickly. So,
Sure.
And to what degree does that, the lack of a developer?
That's just my take on it.
Right. Why?
Well, because I see, if I'm connecting the dots for the argument of the public purpose of the expenditure of the funds, I'm connecting the dots from village taxpayer funds to paying for legal fees for the schools to identify whether property can be purchased by this council to be then owned by the village to then be, go through the legal process where it would end up eventually with the St. Mary's Home Inc. folks to do the development, right? And now we've got that. As I'm connecting the dots in my head, I'm losing that last connection. So again, that's just my analysis on it. That is not based on any particular case or example that I can think of that I've ever seen ruling on an expenditure of public funds of this sort. But that's how I would analyze it.
And I received a call over the weekend from Rebecca about this, and that's one thing that I asked was if anyone had contacted the auditor, whether David Graham had been asked his opinion on this, and whether the state auditor had been contacted.
I don't know that David Graham's office necessarily would weigh in at this point. Certainly he could be consulted, but the village's auditor, for this upcoming year, the village's audit will be done by a private auditing firm, Julian & Grube, which is pretty standard. Our actual state auditors will be on site, I believe, next year. Is that right? Correct. But yes, those auditors could be consulted. You are likely to get a very similar analysis to what I just gave.
So can I ask a couple? So first of all, I would assume part of the analysis would be generating tax dollars, lowering utility costs because we have more utility users and that sort of thing. I mean, that seems to be concrete within the betterment of the community.
Yes, if I was drafting a resolution to authorize this expenditure, all of that would be baked into the public purpose that you'd be establishing.
And then I guess the second thing is developer now or later. I mean, if we knew that land could be developed. I mean, right? I mean, does that change your? Well, you're not really saying that it's a no-go, but I mean, what we've heard tonight is that there's an immediate interest, but there's also a long-term interest.
Well, and when we go back to that connecting of the dots, right, for the analysis of this expenditure, there is also, at the end of it all, developer or no developer, the question of whether the LIHTC funds are received anyway, right? I mean, that's going to be a chance as well. Once the application is complete and submitted, I don't have any idea what the likelihood of that success is. That would be more.
1/3
Okay.
from last year. So, yeah. But yeah, it was 24 out of 64
Okay,
applicants. But yeah.
so yes, I mean, those are the considerations for council in terms of this expenditure. We don't have our finance director here tonight, but certainly she should be consulted, and we could certainly reach out to the auditors and see if they'd be able to provide any further analysis. But again, that is my take as your solicitor on the way the law applies to the situation.
Council, I'd like to gauge our appetite for encouraging our solicitor to maybe try to dot some of those I's and cross some of those T's, and whether it's the solicitor or village manager reaching out to the auditor to respond to the types of questions, Trish, that you raised. Do we have an appetite for moving forward to see if we could legally support this expenditure regarding legal fees, regardless of what the amount is? Because again, Judith, I appreciate you saying it didn't have to all come from us. There is a community effort. I heard, I don't want to put Community Foundation on blast, but I heard they were in the room as well. Do we have an appetite for going forward? And Brian, I know you wanted to share some comments at the end.
Well, I guess actually I'd like to take a different approach, since I didn't make the motions at the last meeting, but I wanted us to make a decision. I think I'm just going to make the first motion that I move that we approve up to $20,000 to do a legal expiration around removing the lien on the school property, which is based on the fact that the school board, did vote that they approved that exploration.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. And then we can have discussion, of course. Yeah.
And if you move forward in that way, we would want to bring legislation?
Of course, yes. And with, the contingency, we bring legislation at the next meeting. Yeah.
All right, discussion? There's a motion and a second. All in favor of discussing? Please, there's a motion and a second.
Discussion.
Yeah, for discussion. But let's go ahead and vote on having the discussion.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we had a first and a second, so now.
Yep, so all in favor of...
Now we're having a discussion?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, all in favor of discussing this for just a little bit further.
We don't need to do that.
You just take a vote.
Please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So I may have called the vote a little prematurely.
That's what I was trying to figure out what you're doing.
But I think we just approved.
That means legislation would need to come on the 17th.
Wait a minute.
I know. Yeah. Wait. So we should.
Okay.
Wait. Let's make sure we're doing this right and not stumbling into something. Because
I mean,
Carmen should.
Haven't we been? Thus far?
Yeah. So that's
Okay. Well then, all right. So I guess if that passed, then my second motion is.
Wait a minute.
Well, John will want to get up here and talk about Robert's rules, which, by the way, is a guideline for us. But I'd also like to move.
It's a really important
Hold on,
guideline.
please. Yeah, I
Let's
don't want to go
clarify
too
that
crazy.
if we can.
Yeah.
Let's clarify that if we can. Was it your intent with that motion to have a further discussion about whether the resolution is coming?
I think the answer to that is yes, because I don't have a read on council in terms of even considering legislation. So.
Brian's motion was to approve up to $20,000 regarding removing the lien, and you seconded it. So that is the motion on the floor.
So let's do a voice vote.
Do you want to have discussion first?
I think that we should.
Okay, we're in discussion. Let's talk about it.
I just think,
Motion and second. excuse me, to bring legislation that jumps through the hoops and makes it sort of okay-ish for us to spend taxpayer dollars on legal fees if all the other boxes are checked in terms of community good.
No, it does. It says you're willing to spend those things, and then you step right into that fray, and then Amy does what she does after that point if anyone has an objection to it. But that's the resolution, is that you all are agreeing that that is how you wish to spend those funds.
Well, I don't think all of council was clear on that, so I don't know that the vote should stand, because I'm getting some questions up here. So the question is, there was a motion and a second for bringing legislation forward for all the above stated reasons. That is on the table now.
I'm glad that everybody seems to understand that. I have a question, and I'm going to ask it. Since solicitor is here, that's all great. And also, what's the likelihood that this may not be something that is, that's for you to figure out, that this may not be something that's advised for the body to move forward with?
As to whether this is a proper public expenditure?
Yes.
That's more, perhaps better suited as a question to an auditor.
Okay.
If they are willing or not willing to, preemptively weigh in on that. I don't know that they will. The other unknown there is what sort of challenge you'd be facing, and what sort of, if an auditor pulls, if during a village audit that invoice is pulled and questions get asked, could there be an issue? Yes. Could there be other challenges that you face on the expenditure? Yes. So that's a very difficult question for me to answer, and I personally do not care for not giving concrete answers, but
okay.
I just don't know that I can really, in good faith, give you a likelihood of success on that.
So, Amy, in lieu of legislation, are you saying that the auditor would want to see the legislation before weighing in? Or did I misunderstand that?
No, I mean after the expenditure, right? When the audit happens, when our auditors come in and they camp out in the village to do their audit, they pull certain expenditures and they check things and look at, dot their I's and cross their T's. And if this was perhaps one of the expenditures that they looked at, those are the types of questions that they'd be looking at.
So can I ask you a question? Is that possible? No, but thank you.
Okay, sure.
So, given that we got to sign checks for this agreement, who's authorizing us to sign the check so it's not misappropriation of funds by a staff member?
The legislative authority, the council, would be approving the expenditure, okay. And then staff would be signing it.
So we officially, as far as I'm concerned, have not, because of the lack of clarity, have not voted on bringing that legislation forward. So we are discussing.
So, okay to weigh in?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just want to say I've had a lot of, heartache about this. It's, I feel like, anybody who watched the previous meetings we talked about at the goals session earlier this year, the things I'm trying to stay focused on are, I'm really concerned about the rising median age in Yellow Springs, the lowering level of racial diversity, and the increasing challenges with housing affordability. And this is the biggest project that I've seen that has a prospect to have impact on this. So while there's lots of parts of the process I don't feel great about, and there's lots of messiness, I feel like I've been losing a lot of sleep over the idea that we would not try to figure it out until the end. And that doesn't mean that I'm co-signing everything that's happened so far, that I think, but I mean, honestly, just earlier in this meeting, we just decided to move $500,000 for something that we don't have very much information about at all. So the idea of trying to figure out how to do $10,000 to $20,000 with, I'm assuming, basic checks and balances of how we would spend any money. Like if we talk to an attorney and then we find out that the basic scope of it was off base. I mean, we don't really know that much right now. But if there's been anything that we've communicated as a priority, and I don't think we have clarity as a group about what our priorities are, I think it has been affordable housing. And to that end, I support the idea of looking into it more.
Really quickly, as the only housing insecure person up here, I find it really disingenuous when we make these comparisons. And I'm seeing a lot of head nodding, and I get it. We're talking about, there are comparisons that can be made, but we're talking about whether or not someone is going to get hit on Fairfield Pike that I go up and down every single day. Like, so can we do it? Yeah. Should we make those comparisons? We can, but is it a good look? In my estimation, no. And so, you know, I just wanted clarity on whether or not there were going to be any future legal ramifications for what we're doing now. That's what I wanted clarity on. And I feel like I got it. I don't have all the answers, but I feel like I got a little bit of it. But these comparisons are really, really tricky for me, and it makes me incredibly uncomfortable.
Trish, you want to weigh in?
I'm sorry?
I said, would you like to weigh in?
No, not it.
All right, Brian, I'm going to have you close out the discussion.
I think we covered it, except I will say you are not the only housing insecure person at this table.
Okay.
So, I mean, you know, I've let that pass before, but as I've shared in the past, I once had like a Section 8 voucher, you know, I mean. So,
please, let's not do that.
Well, I'm just saying.
I got it. So as long as you need to find a point of relation,
okay.
Okay, go ahead. You keep going. Keep running it.
Okay.
I think we're done.
I'm looking at the gavel, but I'm not going to grab it. All right. So, moving the legislation forward, Judy, if we could do a roll call vote.
So this is to bring the resolution to the 17th. Hausch.
Yes.
DeVore Leonard.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Gustafson.
Yes.
Stokes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I want to make a second motion, and this is related to the last meeting, which is that we have still not heard back from Cresco or AUM about whether they're willing at all to talk about changing the covenants. And by the way, there was a great idea about soccer fields could potentially go there. I mean, you know, there's a lot of options there. So I'm going to ask again. So my motion is that we write a letter, and that can be sent by our village manager, to encourage Cresco and AUM to join with us to change those covenants for furtherance of these affordable housing goals.
I mean, I'll second that. I mean, how are we still talking? I mean, we just have to. Anyway. Yeah, sure.
I mean, it's been since September. Yes.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you need to have council start that process?
Start what process?
Take a vote on council? We've circled around this conversation before, but I don't know.
Well, it can be a resolution again. I mean, like, yeah, I'm good with that. I mean, I thought that's what we were going to do like a couple months ago. But anyway, so we got a second.
So Johnny, I'm going to put you on the spot. Sorry. You want to talk about, in general, the types of communications that have gone on, to the degree that you can share those conversations? Oh, hi.
I was there, so I figured, go ahead. Hi.
Well, I can tell you that since last year, I've probably had 20 conversations with Cresco. I know that Charlie has been contacted, which is the CEO, and they are not going to give their opinion. They have told me they're going to write a letter for the last 4 months, but housing is not their initiative in life. Medical marijuana is their initiative in life, and that is their focus. and they are trying to get other things on board. Now, I'm just saying, they have not told me that housing, but they have a business that they're trying to get up and moving. And so the letter has taken a backseat. And now that Charlie has been contacted, they cannot talk to me. They're waiting on Charlie now. So all the communications that I had with the staff and all that have now stopped because it's actually all the way at the top of the chain, and Charlie is running this one.
The question was, what communications have occurred when the whole thing, when this entire discussion about the CBE and this project came to light? I participated in a Zoom call with Johnny and two Zoom calls, one with Johnny and Cresco representatives and one with Johnny and AUM representatives, where he asked for their cooperation in changing the covenants. And that was a long time ago. Yep. And both entities told us at the time that they would, look into it and get back to us, but we have not heard anything formally since.
But there have been recent conversations, and they still, like Johnny said, it's still on the back burner. And so...
I'm sorry. I would be remiss, again, if I can't believe that I'm the only person that sees two problems with this. One, that's an industrial park. Two, you don't put poor people where industry is. And three, there's a reason why Surgeons for Nay had those covenants and restrictions on that land. You can grow food on it for animals, and you can put industry on it. And if the man that owned the land that now is a Superfund site had those restrictions on there was a reason for it. Of course, we can't go back in time, but I went to the auditor's office and went through the deeds. So there's a reason why that's there. We don't put poor people next to industry. You do not subject people to the beeping of machinery and light pollution and the smell of marijuana. Not that I have anything against the smell of marijuana, but you don't do that to poor people.
But that's
anywhere else, it's considered industrial racism, environmental racism. I worked for Greenpeace for the city of Detroit. Well, in the city of Detroit, we don't put poor people's housing next to industry. So, I don't know why that's lost on everybody. But, that's why, for me, the CB is off the table, and I think I've said that from the beginning. And our trying to push this, at what point? And it's a desperate situation, I get it. And also, let's not put people where the factories are.
So I guess, I'm glad you brought up smell, because, it's pointed out to me that the smell that comes up a couple times a month hits Emily's house, it hits the schools. But also we're talking about, what about soccer fields? Those are put on industrial sites. And
people don't live there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If we're talking about working out all the logistics, but honestly, that site right by AUM, it's lush. It's next to a pond. It's got yucky Canadian geese or whatever. But it's not industrial blight. So I don't.
That's not the point.
I think it is. I think it's a legitimate response to your concern, and I get your concern as well. I do.
So, Brian, I'm going to weigh in. Your motion. I'm not intending to put words in your mouth, but your motion seems to suggest that we haven't been in communication with covenant partners?
Or is it just that we just haven't got an answer? And so Johnny's tried, you've tried, I know Charlie, and I've tried, and we just haven't gotten any response.
And so can we force them to give us an answer?
Why not?
Force?
By law? Why not formally? I don't know. I wouldn't use force, but formally ask for a response. I don't understand why that's problematic. It's part of this puzzle we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, I get you.
So, I'm not saying I want it there.
Sure.
So.
Well, The issue I'm raising about the motion is I think we've been doing something. Like you said, I've had conversations, Amy and Johnny have, I can't even think of who else. We could surmise, based on the lack of response, that a response would not be in the affirmative.
No. Should we, unless anyone has other comments, I think we should vote on the motion. I don't like surmising, so.
Okay. All right. So motion has been made and seconded to
Send a letter asking, that's what we're voting on? Just
right.
Yeah, which is...
And what we're asking is not just the... Are we asking about the prospect of the viability of soccer fields and/or housing? What are we asking?
We're just talking about covenants. That's all. That's the only skin they have in the game is whether they're willing to, every single entity.
But I'd like the letter to at least highlight that we actually are committed to this project and care about it. And so not just like
Gotcha.
yay or nay.
Gotcha. All right.
From the council,
Yes.
Yeah. From council.
Right. Do you know you said it way back when? Like we are the starting point of whether we care about this or not. So that's what I'm getting at. So.
What am I coming? You've done it. It's just good way. I'm right. Yeah. All right. Judy, roll call vote, and it's writing. Gavin, let me finish answering your question. It's not getting into the details of, unless that is what council is saying. Are we saying why we want to use the land?
Why not?
Well, oh, there you are. Whenever I'm lost, you pop up.
Somebody just said the letter will be from council, right? Is that the intent? Because if we need, that raises some procedural issues in terms of having everyone review it prior to it being sent.
Yep. To me, it's the same, as the resolution. Yeah, I think, the letter should be written, we should review it and agree to sign off on it.
You do want all of council to review it?
I
and
think
sign
so.
off?
Why
Okay,
not?
then we might be looking to have this on a future agenda so that everyone can weigh in on it and discuss it.
Yep.
There are parts of my being that are hurt now.
What is we doing?
Judy, are we straight on?
What is we doing?
There's a letter. We'll ask them to play nice.
Okay.
All right. Judy, if you could call the roll.
Okay, I feel like I'm not going to call any more rolls until y'all have coffee or it's tomorrow. So this is it now. You're calling a roll on writing a letter, which you will then see in your next packet and be able to review. DeVore Leonard.
Yes.
Brown.
No.
Hausch.
Yes.
Gustafson.
Yes.
Stokes.
I'm not sure why I'm pausing, other than the fact that I'm torn, because I know work has been done already. But to check a box, I'm going to vote yes. That was a yes.
Thank you.
And I want to be clear, I have confidence that good work has gone into trying to encourage our covenant partners to be more forthright. I think surmising has value. And with the number of communications and times we've reached out to them, they're not responding. I suspect it's because they don't want to be the ones to say no. So we'll do the letter and then we'll move on.
It's a really bad position to put somebody in.
I'm going to move this. I'm going to suggest that we move the Active Transportation Committee conversation off the agenda. There's some more work to be done on that. you all want to do your environmental commissions next meeting?
No, we can just, it's just a motion to.
Oh, the motion, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, go with it.
Yeah.
Hit it.
Go.
What's that?
Yeah, so.
Folks, if you could be quiet on your way out, please. We're still in a meeting.
Carmen and I met with Jennifer Rosengarten, who is amazing.
Oh, man.
She's an artist and environmentalist. She lives right on the edge of the glass farm. And she's going to be a conduit for the Environmental Commission to talk about our glass farm management. So I'll make a motion to have her be an Environmental Commission member.
Second.
And I'll third it.
Okay.
I think Jennifer will be great.
Yeah.
All right, all in favor of Jennifer Rosengarten being admitted, accepted, placed on the Environmental Commission, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion has passed. Is there anything? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. Okay, so future agenda items. There's a note for a resolution celebrating Pride Week in YS.
Yep. Judy and I will take care of that.
Okay. Did anything else come?
Resolution-
Well, there's lots of stuff that came out of it.
Resolution approving up to $20,000 is coming back. Next meeting, you got, in addition to your special meeting on Thursday, which is the resolution allowing Johnny to accept the grant, which would then incur some portion of a match. And then you've got what's on the list. Those are the extras I've got.
All right. Anybody?
Exec session on the 1st, do you add those to that agenda?
Exec session on July 1st.
Yeah, for the review of 5 o'clock.
Yep.
Never got that.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's on me.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's on me.
I guess you, yeah.
It's okay.
You okay about the 17th? Is that what that? No, you wasn't about the 17th?
The 6th is when the grant is coming.
Yeah, we're good. All right, I think we're good. Anything else for the good of the order? All right, Chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second. Yeah, so moved, second.
All in favor, please leave. Indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye, down. Okay, thanks.